pretty puppy dog. This is not for you, but very pretty. Pretty puppy. Hey, calm down. We're just going outside. Calm down. You need to calm down. Hey, look at that. You just smashed your head in the door like a dork. Stand plant. My wife was given this plant, and it's a little upset. Okay. We're gonna pick some tomatoes this morning. What's going on here? Hello. Hi. Watching this gets me hard as a rock. That's, sure. Well, rock on, dude. Ooh, look at that one. That one's getting close. Peppers didn't do that great this year. Hello, Uncle. Oh, shit. This thing actually put out tomatoes. This is like a freebie. See how it's planted right in the corner? It just sprouted up. We didn't even plant that thing. But yeah, this thing shot up past its damn little enclosure here, and yeah. 1 second. Yep. So that's what we ended up with today. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, Rox. Inside. Come. Roxy. Come on. Come. Roxy. It's a little too warm for the sweatshirt. It looks like crap outside, but it's actually not cold out. You know, like you look outside and you're like, hey, that looks cold, but it's not cold out there. So I'm taking this damn sweatshirt off. Okay. Out to the shop. You like my wife's cup? Freaking masculine. Alright, so. Ready to go outside? Go back outside? Oh my god, shit the bed. Let's go. Hold on a second here. Hey, we're going this way. Okay? Let's go in the back. Dun, dun, dun. Open up this thing. Okay, go get it. My dog's crazy. Alright, help me update these. This stupid ass messages here. Oh, I actually didn't miss anything. Alright, we get into the shop. Actually, I need to get into the band room first. Because I need this. Okay. Hey, we're not chilling in here. Okay? So, get over it. She likes her little bed in the bedroom. There she is. She loves it. Okay, come in here. Undo the lock. Yeah. And yeah. Okay. Okay. Come in here. Set you guys down in here. So, this is what it looks like in here. If you've never been in here. Roxy, get in bed. Lay down. This is the shop. I know that there's remnants of previous activities, but we don't do that in this room anymore. You know, like this and that, and these guys, and that, and all of this, and, you know, not all of it, but, you know, if you know what you're looking at, you know what we used to do here. So, and if you don't, I'm not going to tell you, because you don't need to know, because you're probably too damn young. Okay, so I'm coming back right here. Grab my man cup. Put you right there. Let's see if there's a bunch of kids in there. See who leaves. Kids always leave when I vape. Okie dokie. Oh, actually gained a few people. That's a shocker. All right, so we need to take this damn thing, and that's running to that. So we've got what? What is this? What does that run to? This goes to that. This can just go to this. Holy shit balls. Noise. Are you serious? I think we just discovered magic. Okay. So I guess I can take this and put it over here with this other extension cord that I didn't know was in here. Jackass. I hate that. You know, when you go and grab something, then you bring it in to wherever you need to go, and then when you get there, like what you just brought is like already in the room, and you're just like, huh, why did I do what I'm just doing? Okay. But whatever. It's been a couple days since I've been in here. I'm not a doctor, you know. Let's clear out the kids. Get rid of the children. Take a couple hits off the vape. For whatever reason, the young kids are scared of the vape. Okay. Now, we need to select some woods. We're not using this, but I have some nice stuff over here. Like this. This is not this. This is way too expensive right here. This is stupid money. But we have this, right, which is also pretty expensive, to be honest. It's flame, or not flame, ribbon mahogany. We got this right here, which is already kind of ready. So we might pull that aside. And there's this guy right here, which is pretty ready looking too. That stuff's cape. We're gonna do some moving and shaking here. Okay. We'll see. These are different woods. What is this? Is this Purple Heart? I bet you that's what that is. I bet you that's Purple Heart, y'all. Ooh, I've been wondering where that went. Put some gloves on. This wood is dusty. Yeah, this is Purple Heart, dudes. That's exactly what this is. This is ribbon mahogany. I'm gonna grab some alcohol and I'll rub this down, and you'll get to see what this actually looks like when it's got a finish on it. It doesn't have a whole bunch of like chatoyancy to it, but there is some. It's pretty cool. You like my hair? Right on. Yesterday I got a comment on my hair. Somebody said that I looked like I needed to, what did they say? I needed a two-handed sword so I could go and fight dragons. But I didn't have my hat on, I don't think. I think I had my hair down and no hat on. So I'll show you. I'll show you whatever that dude was looking at. Plus, I had just gotten out of the shower, so it was wet. But I was kind of standing there like this, you know. And I don't know. Apparently, the dude thought that I needed to have a two-handed sword to go and kill dragons. It's like, right on, dude. Whatever. Keep watching the movies you're watching, man. That's funny. You're a funny guy. But right now I'm wearing a hat to keep this bullshit out of my face. And so it doesn't get, tied up into some saw, while I'm cutting something, be like, get pulled into that shit, have my face, Hey, what's up, Jake? How you doing? Oh my gosh, you are the Dragon Slayer. That's funny. So you're on board with Homeboy then. I don't know if I'd be taking on dragons. One of my nicknames is the Sasquatch. I am kind of a big dude, but I don't know if I'm big enough to take on a dragon. Those guys are pretty gangster. Yeah, I'm gonna make some pedal boards. Kind of like, I'll show you. Show you what I'm gonna make. Something similar to this, because I made this other one too. Look out, Dougie. you won't be able to see it totally because there's pedals on it, you know. But this guitar player is kind of sick of this thing. He's had it for 20 years, you know, and it's this box that he made, you know. It's got another end that's just like this, and it comes over and latches, and it holds all of his shit, and it's nice and for that. But he's over it, you know. It's kind of a piece of shit. This is what I make. I make pedal boards like this, where I take multiple pieces of wood and I laminate them together. And like this is ribbon mahogany with oak and ribbon mahogany, and I sandwich them together, glue them, make them one piece, and you know, this is, what the fuck is that? You know, it looks nice, you know, and I kind of decided to go with the cutting board look, you know, but, you know, it's just kind of you know, it's a little nicer than something like that. Sure, that holds your stuff and whatever, it's functional, but, you know, that looks good, you know. Right now, I have a pedal that normally goes right here, but I convinced him to try it, and since he's tried it, he's like, I love this damn thing, and I'm stoked that he likes it, because I've been trying to convince the dude to use a fuzz with our music since he joined the band. You know, I was like, dude, we play the type of music. Right. Yeah, we need that. You know, otherwise it gets sloppy and ugly. But I was like, dude, we need, you know, we play the type of music that needs to have a fuzz. And he was like, well, my pedal has a fuzz, you know, and it does. Right, it's which one is it? It's got, you know, the muff and the fuzz face and an octave fuzz. But this pedal in particular, the Boss ME50, it's known that the distortion section is garbage. No, we don't play pirate metal. Pirate metal is fucking Pierre core. That stuff is you know, I mean, it's fun and it's funny, and you know, whatever, but you can't take that shit serious, you know. Come on, we're going this way, Roxy. Yeah, Pierre core. Yeah, that's a saying my band has been saying for years. It's pretty much for any music that's just fucking gay, you know. You know. Because France. Not talking shit, you know. Man, I grabbed this board and I did not realize it was my frickin' my Purple Heart. I didn't realize that, y'all. I must have pissed some people off by calling something gay. Everybody's like, and they leave. That's not, that's me. Good. Good. Get out of here. I say things are gay. I didn't call it homosexual. I called it gay. Sorry, y'all. I'm an 80s and 90s kid. You know what I'm saying? Some shit's just fucking gay. That's how we grew up. You know? Just like kids today. You know? They're going to say things that, like, the younger generation's going to be like, hey, what's this bra? What's this skibbity? There's, you know. And they're going to say shit that's even more fucking retarded, that the skibbity kids are going to be like, this ain't even words. You know, people my age, when we call shit gay, we're not thinking about fucking gay people. You know? But people are so damn sensitive anymore. This is... Tisk. Do a flip. Do a flip. Okay. You know, nobody like over the age of 9 tells anybody to do a flip. Sorry, dude. Do I look like I can do a flip? I'm fucking over 40 years old. I'm 250 pounds. And I'm over 6 feet. Eat shit. There, that's my request for you. Go eat some shit. Yeah, sissy shit. All right, we're looking for wood here. That's what we're doing. Okay. I'm gonna try and find a piece. I don't have to run through the damn planer. Oh, dude, I think this might be more Purple Heart. And I have no idea. I'll pull this out just to show y'all this. But I have no idea what the hell it is. But it looks like super expensive, dude. Like stupid money. I don't know what it is. It's heavy as shit. It's hard as a rock. Nobody's getting this board. But I'll pull it out here into the light. I'm afraid to use it because I might use it on something that's not that it. Look at that shit. It's just beautiful. I mean, this board is, it's 2x4. Like a true 2x4. Okay, you gay. Whatever, short bus. But look at that shit. And I'm telling you, dude, this thing is just, it's heavy. Super heavy. And it's hard. Like, it's a rock hard freaking wood. You know, like how some people take their nail or something and try and make an indentation. You can't do that with this stuff. Like, I'll take this pen here and try and use the edge and see if we can do that. Ugh. Well, you can tell I was pushing. Oh, tiny little, you know, that any other wood I would have got, you know, there'd be this shape in it. But that thing just barely, it's as hard as a rock. Where they keep the baddies, you know. But yeah, I thought about maybe cutting a tiny piece off of this, you know, something that's got some of this white in it, and making a gear shifter for one of my Hondas. You know, I thought that'd be pretty gangster, but right now I've got a piece of koa in there. This stuff is stupid money too, but okay. So we got this. This is ribbon mahogany. See how it's got the colors in it? It would really show if I was trying to show it. So I think we might work with this. And this is more Purple Heart. So this is Purple Heart. The one behind that skinny stick is Purple Heart. Okay, I've got a bit of Purple Heart, y'all. And I've got a strip of it right here. So we can work with that. Oh, come on, I'm trying to flip the camera around so you're not just looking at dumbass walls. All right, yeah, stick shift. You know, it sucks. These things aren't the same thickness. Be nice if they were, but they're not. So what I'm gonna have to do is send them through the planer, which is this thing over here. You know, you stick a board in. Oop, let's move this over here where it goes. There we go. Ish. Hey, baby. What's up, everybody? Say hi to my wife. My whiff. But there's blades right here, kind of like this. Right, this one cuts on the bottom. Right, this one cuts on the top, and you send the wood through here. Wait, it comes out the other side, right? And you set your level, right? And you're on your first break. It's only 10 minutes. Yeah, that's lame. But that will make the board a certain thickness, right? It cuts wood off the top. And so what we need to do is get these to be the same thickness. See, a little bit thicker. So What I need to do is pull that bitch out and basically set the planer to this thickness here, and then run this board through until it becomes this thickness. Then there'll be Tits McGee. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Is true. And you want your boards to be flat before you send it through, because if they're like this when you send it through, it's just going to go through the middle, right? You know, and then you're going to end up with this super skinny bullshit in the middle. No buens. And if you try and fix that by flipping it, you're going to, you can't do it. You got to run everything over the joiner first to get rid of all that shit. And oh, William, you vape? You a vapor? You use the vaporizers, the atomizers. Delicious. Ooh. Yeah, this one's slightly bent. Gay penis. Okay. There's a way to fix that. But it's not great. You're gonna like creep up on it, and things can get wonky. It'd probably be better just to look for a different board, and it's probably because I had this thing setting up like this for hella long, and it's slowly bending this way. Super gay. Okay. More of a cigar guy. What kind of cigars you burn? All right, man. I'll catch you later, Jake. Keep it real. But yeah, cigars. I'm not like super into them. You know what I'm saying? But I enjoy a nice one. Some of them are spendy. I don't buy them all the time, but when I buy them, I buy ones that are kind of expensive. But it's because of the burn and the taste and, the enjoyability. And I don't buy them all the time. So I'll spend, a little bit of money on a nice cigar, I would, if I was, smoking 3, 4, as many as some of these guys smoke a day, 10. No, that'd be crazy money. Okay, baby. Yeah, don't cheap out. I don't, there's some things you can cheap out on, like, I don't even cheap out on my shoelaces. You know what I'm saying? I can't be dealing with walking around and having them constantly getting untied, you know? Like I bought work boots, that came with like whatever laces they came with. And every 5 minutes these things are getting untied. It was like, this is driving me nuts. So I bought better laces. Some people put up with that shit. I won't. That's nonsense. I got shit to do. Bending over 5, fuck that noise, stupid ass. But that's how they get you. Boot companies, they're in cahoots with the shoelace companies. Got these guys sitting around smoking their cigars, like, yeah, so we'll put shitty shoelaces in our boots, and it'll help you, fuck them. Yeah, I'm bullshitting. Yeah, I'm not that bad of a conspiracy theorist. Shit's good, man. I wouldn't call them premium. Maybe they were. I don't know. They were not, like $100 laces. They were just, I don't know. I don't even remember how much they were. They were just laces that said they stayed tied. It was like, yep. And they do. And not so much that like you can't undo them. You know what I'm saying? I really wish I could find more of this stuff. What's one of my favorite bands? Ooh, well, yeah, one of my favorite bands is my own band, but and we don't have a name yet. It's a brand new project. My last band I was in for almost 20 years. But this is a brand new project. But I'd have to say one of my favorite bands is Tool. That band is just killer. Everyone in that band is really good at what they do. I also love Primus. Yeah, Tool, Primus. Oh, you're playing a show. Pantera, Metallica, Megadeth. I like Pantera. I like Metallica. I'm not really much into Megadeth, dude. Some of their stuff is pretty cool, you know. I don't know, man. For whatever reason, I just don't jive with Megadeth's stuff. So you're playing a show tonight. Um, um, who you jamming with? You jamming with your sister, man? Okay, cool. Well, good luck, man. I'm sure you're gonna do great. Do I have one of his pedal boards bass? What do you mean? Who are you talking about? Like Justin? Do I have any of Justin's gear from Tool? I don't have any of his signature stuff, like his fuzz wah thing. Or whatever that thing is. But I do use the flanger, the BF2. Hey, what's up, Croc? The BF2 is the flanger that he uses. It's a solid Boss stomp box. It's killer. You know, it does the thing. Oh, I don't make boards as a profession. If that's what you're asking, like I make boards and sell them or whatever, and anybody out there has my boards. um, I don't do that. I'm essentially retired. Um, I just right now I'm making some boards for my guitar players. You know, they were looking at mine and looking online and looking at their stuff and being like, man, I've had these for 20 years. It's time to upgrade. And they're, you know, looking at mine and being like, hey, how much would you charge me to make me something like what you got? And I was like, well, you know, let me think about it, you know. So they don't even know I'm doing this right now. I'm going to kind of surprise them. So, yeah, analog stuff is great. Digital stuff is great. You know, it really just depends on what the application is and what you're going for. You know, there's something that digital stuff can't do what analog stuff does. It can attempt to copy but it's not the same. And analog cannot do what digital stuff does, and it's even more apparent in that regard. And there's, you know, you can get into like the purists and all these guys that are, you know, nothing but analog, yeah, nothing but digital, yeah. And it's like, come on, dude. My opinion, really. And things have gotten better, they have. But my opinion is to get dedicated pedals. You know, the multi effects and stuff. You know, they've gotten a lot better, right? But when you buy a pedal that does one thing, it can do it a whole lot better than a pedal that has a whole bunch of shit in it. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you buy a flanger and all it does is a flanger, that flanger is going to kick the shit out of a multi-effects that has a flanger in it. But, you know, like I said, the multi-effects have gotten better, but they're they're still not as good, especially when you've got the stomp boxes. You know, they're always getting better, you know. Yeah, overdrive bass is good. Fuzz is killer. I love fuzz, especially if you can get the right one. There's so many fuzzes out there. And because there's so many, somebody can try a fuzz that's just not their flavor. And they're just like, hey, fuzz is garbage. I don't like them, you know. And when you play a fuzz, you have to, because a fuzz is such a baby, you know, a whiny little bitch, you have to play what the fuzz wants. A Big Muff Pie. Yeah, that's a decent one. There's nothing really wrong with that one. But you're gonna have to play what that pedal wants because it's a fuzz. I think that it's a yeah, it's a muff. So it's gonna have 4 circuits in it. So it's not as much of a baby as some of the other ones, like the earlier ones that have, you know, one, what is it? I can't remember. It slipped my mind. But basically one diode in it. And those things are, you know, really, really picky as to what it wants. But the Big Muff, it's almost a distortion, you know, so you can play almost anything through it. I think that's what Homeboy uses. From the Pumpkins. You're back and I'm still gay. You got me. Totally gay, dude. Look at me. This is what a gay man looks like, you know. Hey man, you too. Good luck tonight. Rock on. And yeah, good luck. Maybe stream some of it, dude. I'd like to see how the show goes, you know. He's a Ripple. Okay, cool, man. Cool. Yeah, I look forward to it. I'll check it out for sure. And you know, since you're the guy that told me about you know, these new rules that are coming up on YouTube with the age shit, I'm sure you're looking into it more than I am. But I still want to I still want to learn more. So I'm sure. Oh, right on. That's cool. But yeah, learn more. Let me know more. That'd really be cool. Oh, fuck. I think I don't want to use this wood. It's too damn nice. Do I have... This shit is in my way. Get out of my way. You're gay. Alright. Get out of here. You bother me. Oh, what's this? There's some more of that shit. Is that what this is? No, that's too grainy. That is. There you are. Well, this is definitely going to have to be planed. And I can only use so much because it's been... Oh, yuck. That's bent. Stoops. Let the dog out, man. You know, let the dog out and come back and hang like a gangster. Yeah, man. Well, I'll see ya. Have a good one, man. What's this? That's got a big old bow in it too. Oh my! What are you? This board just shouldn't even be over here. It's a foot. Stand up. Don't fall. What's that? Oh, that's beefcake. What's this? Wozzies. Okay. I'm thinking, oh, what's this? These just won't work. I want to use hardwoods. What's up, Nuke? How you doing? You know, I think what I'm going to do is I might just end up using some of my nice wood and charging these fuckers an arm and a leg. How's that sound? It'll save me time. And time is money. I'm pretty sure this is a maple board. Nope, it's not. Nope, it ain't. This is Purple Heart. And I want to know what the hell happened down here. That's just a tragedy. So I think we're gonna roll with Purple Heart. We're gonna make these guys a Purple Heart freaking some Purple Heart pedal boards. I know some of you guys are probably like, what the fuck? And some of you guys are like, I don't know what that means. Yeah, 10 likes. You know, that's that's actually pretty good. I've gotten more, I've gotten less, and I'm not worried about it. Okay, so we're doing the Purple Heart. Get this guy out of here, and this guy out of here. I mean, I could use these guys, right? Because they're the same. Because they're the same board, right? But then the pedal board would have to be this big, which is just not big enough. No. Can't even make two of these out of this. Oh, look at, here is some of the flame I was talking about. You might not be able to see it. I'll be right back. Look out, doggy. Okay. Got a little bit of alcohol here, but we're going to sand it down a tiny bit just to kind of get the edges off here. See the unevenness in it now. See, like right here, this line. Low, but take some of this, give it a little lerp. You might be able to see that. Dust. Yo! Yeah, these lines. Okay, you see it over here, right? Oh, wait. Those are the things that'll pop when you put a finish on it. That's what makes wood like that expensive. All right. And this piece right here is worth even more money. I'll show you what this looks like. This stuff is just, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull out a finish sand on it. It's pretty rough, but this has got some beautiful, I mean, if I were to take this and run it through the planer real quick, it would just buzz this off, but real quick, like, maybe. Yeah, this stuff is beautiful. Hey CJ. So this is what it looks like, right? Boing. Let's see if it's got any chatoyancy to it. A little bit. It's kind of hard to tell with that light. Now chatoyancy is how light goes into the fibers of the wood and refracts back out, kind of like a crystal. Some wood does it zero, some of it does a little bit, and some of it does it a whole lot. Okay, I think we've decided that we're going to go with this piece. Is Rihanna back? I don't. Or are you just going through the comments? See who's been here. I don't think she's here right now. She was here earlier during one of her little breakies, and she had to skedaddle. Okay, so this edge is true. This edge is probably, no, it is not. So we're going to cut that edge off. And now I don't have to paint anything. Yes. Oh, yes. That's gonna prevent 50% of this fucking battle here. Yeah, she'll be back. She's gonna come back on her lunch. And she's only working till 3 o'clock today, I think. So, come on. Come on. What's happening? There we go. Okie dokie. This way. There we go. And we're gonna have to take more than that for here. Because that is just not enough. I mean, it'll skip by there. Oh, go a bunch. Flip a bitch. I'm gonna go a little bit more. Okay, we are just kissing it. That's what we want to do, just kiss a bitch. Okay. Monday and Tuesday, I think. Maybe it's Sunday and Monday. I don't remember. I'm not a doctor. All right, so I'm gonna put you guys over here. Make this first cut. Let me grab my ears. Okay. Okie dokie. I don't know where my eyes are. Who needs eyeballs, man? Put you over here. I'm gonna mute you guys for a second, because this might sound just wonderful. Bam! Okay. So now this thing is fairly true. That side is absolutely true. Could run it through again this way, and shave off just the tiniest of nothings and make sure everything's completely square now that we've got an absolutely true edge on this side. Since we are going to be gluing these laminate style, I think I might do that. So, bam! Let me do that real quick. I'm going to mute you guys again. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah, it's Purple Heart. I don't know if I'm gonna varnish it. I might just do an oil finish, hand rubbed oil finish. You know, varnishes and lacquers and shellacs and stuff aren't really my thing. You know, I can do it, but there's some guys that are like really good at that shit, and it just makes me look at what I've done and be like, I'm not gonna do that. They're really good. I'm not. You know, and people that know what they're looking at can be like, yeah, you know, sure, it looks better, right, than just plain wood, but people that know what you get what I'm saying. And I know enough to know that it can be done better. So, how big strips do I want to do? So I got to cut this at least 2 more times. At least 2 more times. Let me get a tape. Use my complimentary Harbor Freight rule here. Okay, so it's 1/8 past 3 inches. So, I mean, I could do 3-inch pieces, right? Technically. But then I got to take into account the width of the blade, which will take away from each one of these things. And the blade width is 4/64. Which is 1/8 past 1/4 inch that we will lose just in blade width from these cuts. So if this was like 3 3/8, we could totally make this, or yeah, 3 3/8. We could make them each an inch, but we can't do that. So we're going 1/8 past 1/2 inch. Purple, red, right? Or, you know, if you want to use the color wheel, purple and yellow would be good, because yellow and purple complement each other according to the color wheel. So I could use something like this, maybe. You know, it's probably not the right shade of yellow, right? But you can see how those together kind of, you know, would pop. And this is dirty and not exactly purple. Get it on this side. The purple's closer. It's more of a brownish purple, but I don't know if I have any more of this stuff. This is oak, and you know, strong as shit. Okay, let me see here. I gotta do some math, and me and math are not friends. So what did I settle on here? It was 1/2 and 1/8. Let me get a fucking pencil. Here's a pen. It's essentially 1/8 thick. Right? About 1/8. About 1/8 in thickness. That's 1/8. And 1/8. Okay, I can go wider than that. That makes 4. Alright, so we're gonna go 1 7/8. We're gonna be burning a tiny strip. We gotta leave some wiggle room here. What is this? Yeah, man, fuck. What will it be if I do that? Just for shits and giggles. Nope. Damn it! Even scooting it over a 64th makes it too much. So we gotta go, what was it, 1 7/8, which is almost an inch. I mean shit. Oh, 1 7/8 is what it is. That is Tits McGee. Okay. Take your time, measure as many times as you can at once. That's the rule. No, I get it, man. I've messed some things up. You know, I'm in my 40s now. I got all my fucking up building tree houses and shit. You know, when I was a kid, like, damn it. Wish I didn't have to climb 30 feet up into this tree, you know, on a janky ass ladder, and that boards that I nailed to the side of this tree, carrying this thing up here, and figure out that this can't be the floor or the wall or whatever, you know. I never built a half pipe. I built tree houses and stages later. Later, I started building stages for the band. And luckily, by then, I had my building skills, you know, pretty decent. And it held all of our gear up there and us, and a lot of thrashing around, and, you know, no collapsing, and, you know. You know, I was doing that stuff by the time I was a, you know, freshman in high school. Your toy's right there. It's right there. There it is. You got it. Now you got that ball. You better get that toy. You better get it. Hey, what's up? No way down. Speaking of tree houses, you can accidentally find a way down. You talking about using do I record a lot? Like do lives and shit? Yeah. Pretty much every day. I never did either. But music. I've no. I'm not recording like every day or anything like that. My previous band recorded 5 albums. And I've been on, I want to say I've been on a couple other people's albums. Right now I've got somebody that wants me to travel to Spokane and play on their album. That's kind of a trip. He's wanted me to play on his album for fucking at least a decade. He's had his album in the works for a long time, and he wants me to play on that. He's a guitar player, and I'm sure he could, fake his way through the parts or whatever. But he just, I think he would rather me just do it. But yeah, we recorded 5 albums, but we only released 3 of them. Currently, with this new band, we are in the process of teaching our latest member the songs, and that's gonna take a minute. And once he knows everything, we're gonna start tightening things up. And since he's a lead guitar player, he's going to figure out where some solo-ish stuff can go. And that's not going to take as long as learning the music, right? Because that's what he does, and he's going to be doing his own thing. And after that, it's just going to be tightening up and getting everything perfect, and as perfect as humans can make it, because we aren't dealing with I pushed a button and it shit out perfect. Yeah, I'm a musician. I make music. Click, click. Yeah, you're not really a musician. You're a producer. With an inclination, right? But then we're gonna record. We're gonna set out to record the new latest stuff, and we'll just have to see how it goes. That's the plan, to record this stuff. And then once we record And I'd like to actually get this album on vinyl this time around. I think that'd be really cool to have a record. And you know, of course it'll be out there digitally and all that shit too. But I still really like CDs and tapes and um, all that shit. I'm old school. You know. I think it's cool when you've got a hard copy. You know. Even though nobody's really buying that stuff anymore. You know. You're a musician learning to be a producer. Yeah, we all kind of are. I mean, if you play music long enough, you kind of have to. We recorded our last album ourselves in the previous band. And this album, we're going to record our our own stuff this time too. Huh, Rock Dog? Yeah, you're gonna be in the band room with your ears on. You're gonna be rocking out because you're a rock dog. You metalhead. You like the doom. You like the thrash and the doom and the stoner metal. Yeah. Yeah. What's my favorite DAW? Well, it was Audacity forever just because it was free. But I recently was kind of messing around with Reaper. And but I put that on one of the previous guitar player's laptops, and then he like split, so I don't have it anymore. But I still have, the disc or whatever it was on. I don't remember if it was like that or if I like had a code. I don't remember, but when I get a new laptop, I'm gonna probably put that on there. But my other guitar player, he has all these different shit too. He's kind of like the recorder guy, because he's computer savvy and he's a programmer. Yeah, that's his job. He's a computer programmer, so he's stupid smart when it comes to computers and shit. He's not somebody that's just messed with computers and taught himself. He's got like degrees, degrees in like computer science, and then he moved on to other stuff and learned that, and whatever. I'm not a doctor. Okay, I think we are ready to run this bitch through and chop our hands off. So let's do that. What's my opinion on Guitar Center? They have equipment. I don't know enough about them to be like, yeah, their policies are shit. Whatever. I do know, I think I know about how like if certain companies send them things and it arrives damaged, um, like Gibson, for example. I know that Gibson has like a policy where if something arrives to a certain store and it's damaged, they don't want it to be sent back. They want wherever it arrived, those people to destroy the instrument. And I'm sure that there's some places that won't do that, but Guitar Center, I believe, is one of those companies that will. Like they will, take a hammer and, smash up the guitar, and I believe that, don't quote me on this, do your own research, but I believe that they kind of got in trouble for not messing them up enough, because like people were going into their dumpsters and pulling out the guitars and being able to salvage them, right? So like they got in trouble and they started, completely smashing the stuff, breaking all the hardware, mashing up the fretboards, and to me that's crazy. I've also seen footage of them like lining up hundreds of guitars on the ground and then running over them with like excavators. Not Guitar Center. I think this was like Gibson or something. But yeah, destroying the instruments rather than being like, oh, this one has a little nick in the paint. Send it back to the paint booth. It's they're a big machine, and doing that will slow things down, and it's just not worth it to them. So they just rather than sending out some kid that could use it, they will just destroy the damn thing. So that's, to me, that's crazy. But whatever. But the guitar player that ended up with my Reaper on his laptop, we went to Guitar Center, and that's where he bought his most recent guitar. So, and he returned. He ordered this guitar, this one guitar. I think it was a Schecter or something, online, and it was I don't know, $1,400-$1,800. It showed up, and he was like, I don't like this guitar. And he was like, I really like your Epiphone. That's a solid ass guitar. I was like, well, let's look online and see if any of the guitar centers around here have an Epiphone that's like it. And one of them did, so we drove there, and he pulled it off the wall and played it. He was like, this is a killer guitar. So he returned the Schecter, got the $1,400 or the $1,800 back, bought the Epiphone for $600 or $800, and got what he considered to be a better guitar and money back. Huh. Right, yeah. Yeah. And you think that practices would play into conserving their image, right? Rather than, who knows? I'm not a doctor. So I can't get into some people's psyche. All right, let's rip it. She's a big helper. Yeah, I think I did pretty good on the measurements. That's all that was left for the burner. So, these are all the same now. And they're actually pretty square, which really scratches my crazy. Okay, so now, how long do we want this? Can I just go in half? Let's see. Be right back. Actually, I'll take you guys with me. How's that sound? Sure. No, I don't. In fact, I never use them. But I just decided to use one this time because, well, I felt like it. Oh, I know. Believe me, my mom cut her finger off on a table saw. I've seen it. Okay, so what are we working with here, and how big did I make mine? I made it 21 inches. How big is this damn thing? This is 27 inches. I think if we went to just brought it to 24. I mean, 24 is pretty damn big. See the board? All right. Okay. Look at that rock dog. So far, I need to replace this guy right here. It's you know it works, but it's a cheap delay. And this is made by the same company, this Softgate. But believe it or not, that thing is bitchin'. It's like one of the fastest noise gates like on the market. As soon as you stop playing, that thing kicks on, and you can really get the chunks, and it's a killer killer noise gate. It really works well. I've seen it stacked up against other noise gates, even ones that are, you know, $300, and it smokes them. Literally smokes them. Okay. Your towel. I think I might end up cutting this guy up too. I'm pretty sure it's the same damn wood, and I think I can get as many as I need out of this, and we'll just make the boards this long. Sheer. And if anybody's got a problem with it, well, they can eat shit. Go. Looks like I gotta run the damn thing through the planer first, though. Oh, are they the same thickness? Let's see. They are. Damn you. Means that if I run this, I gotta run all of them, which isn't a huge deal. But that'll make this wood look absolutely beautiful if I do that. I've only used a gate on a multi-effects pedal. I want to say it was a Korg multi-effects pedal from like 2001. It could have been decent, you know, but I kind of have the belief that multi-effects, unless you were spending stupid money back then, stupid money, the multi-effects pedals were kind of like a thing to kind of get an idea of what was out there, you know, and you'd get like your delays and your flangers and your synth stuff and just a bit of everything, right? And you'd kind of be like, hey, I kind of like this, I kind of like that, you know, and then you'd go out and buy the real thing once you figured out what you liked, you know. That's what I kind of thought that those things were about, you know, because they never really did anything well, you know. They might do, you know, a couple key things pretty good, you know, passable. But like, you'd take that over to your homie's house and maybe he had dedicated pedals, right? And then you'd be like, oh shit. Okay, that's what a dedicated pedal sounds like. That's just so much, that his flanger is so much better than my flanger. His whatever is just so much better than mine. I'm gonna go and get a couple of those bad boys, you know. But back in the day, if you wanted to get multi-effect stuff, you needed to buy racks, you know, like rack unit shit. That stuff was bitching, you know, but it was crazy money, crazy money, you know. Now you can get that stuff for cheap, you know, because, you know, some of the stuff has, you know, people don't like the names anymore, you know, because some of those companies have put out cheaper things to compete with some of the other companies that were making a shit ton of money off cheap stuff, you know, to the kids, you know, and they're just like, well, fuck, let's put out some bullshit to get in on this market. You know, it's kind of like why people don't like PV anymore. You know what I'm saying? They started putting out these tiny amps to compete with Crate, right? And their tiny amps, a lot of them weren't that great, you know? Right. When PV is fucking solid, you know, some of the shit is just totally bitching. You know, it's built like a tank. You know, the stuff never breaks, ever, even if it's got tubes, you know. Everyone's used it. Everybody. You know, you can point to any band, and at some point they've used PV. Eddie Van Halen, dude. You know, the guy that most people think is like the guy. You know, both his amps and his guitar were PV. You know, he switched for a little while, but he came back. All right, I think what we're gonna do. Yeah, shit, dude. I mean, you remember those guys? Those were like the standard forever. You know, every stage had them. You know, those were like Ampeg to bass. You know, and Ampeg still is the man when it comes to bass. You know, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Sure, there's Aguilar and, you know, but all of them are just trying to sound like an Ampeg, really. You know, some of them got their own thing going, like, you know, Mesa and whatever. Okay, so we can get a few of these out of this. I think what we're going to do is we're going to rip these things down and get as many of these guys right here any of these guys out of this. And then I'll end up cutting these guys this long. And when it comes to this bullshit, right here, I don't know, yeah, you can see that, these scratches, that's not going to take much to get out. I mean, I could probably just literally send it through the planer, shave it off like a millimeter or something, and then if I send them through like this, it'll run through the planer a lot faster than trying to cut up this whole board. The only thing, right, this is the thing, is you got to send them through all the same direction. Okay, because if you turn it, ooh, then you're squishing it the wrong way. Then you can end up with boards that are fuckeried. So let me grab a pencil and mark the tops of these right now. Oh. All my pencils walked off. Here we go. Why are you doing that? Nutty. Okay. What, the skinny guys? No, they're 1 7/8 wide, I believe. Yep. Ish. Just under. Like a 128th under. Like a nothing. Like if there was a mark in between the 64ths, it would be there. All right. Let's do it. Hey, what's up, baby? So, we have got 10 of these guys. And if I want to do 1, 2, this could be one with a strip in the middle. This could be one with a strip in the middle. This could be a board. One strip in the middle. One strip in the middle. How was this guy? This one wasn't quite enough, was it? It's not as wide as those guys. It just isn't. So, how you doing, Rihanna? That way. I could probably fix that. Clamping. Since Rihanna's in here, let's just take a little breaky. Because we love Rihanna. Well, hi. What's your name? Wow, horrible fart, long time. Yeah, it's just sniffy. Okay, so, when I built my pedal board, it was kind of a learning process. Now that I've done it, I know what I'm doing, so this is gonna go a lot faster. Labor Day sale. What kind of stuff you got on the cheap today, or for the weekend? You selling any like Hercules batteries cheap? I wouldn't mind getting a few more of those. %20 off items for members. And can you add your employee discount to the 20% or no? So it'd be 50% off for me. Or no? Huh. Well, that sucks. I just remember there's a few times I've gone in there and got a few things like stupid cheap because we were able to combine um, them. Well, it has been in the past. Like there was this table that had like items that were, I don't know, I guess kind of considered scratch and dent or whatever. You know, like they got returned and the box was ripped or whatever the problem was. And they had like a, I don't know, it was like a 60% off table or something like that. Oh, you guess you can. Okay, right on. And I, you know, I ended up with like a screw gun or you know, a drill. You know, and I got it for like $8. It was this one. $8. Bam. You know, nothing wrong with that. You know, spending $8 on this, I wouldn't have cared if it lasted the day. You know. But I've had it for like 2 or 3 years now. Oh, well, let me show you which ones I need, okay? Because that one only, because I've got a few of one kind, and that one only takes a particular battery, okay? Okay, I'm out of gay drinks. You know, gotta drink these straight drinks. So, I'll show you the difference. Look at what the... I'll be right back. Okay, shit. Maybe if I take this off, it will fit. I don't think it does, though. I don't think it does. Nope. It do not fit. Takes only these little guys. And see how this is quite longer than that. So when wife comes back, Roxy, no, you stay out of this. Not for puppies. And the inside of this thing is gonna be sticky as fuck. Sorry, Roxy, not for duckies. Okay. So, the ones I need are like this. Okay. Let me flip this around so you can actually see the difference. Well, I guess I don't need to flip it around. But there's ones that are like this, right? And the thing's considerably longer. See that? Not that just the battery's longer, but you know, this plug-in part is longer. Yeah, it's a 12 volt. To you it looks like 15, but you know, you don't know. You don't know anything. I teach you everything. That's right. Everything I've taught you. I was trying to hurry up and eat this while you were gone. because I know for whatever reason this microphone likes to pick up the frequency of my chewing. $14. You had me on mute. Well, I muted you. Okay. Just for you. 14 swallows. That's right. $14. All the 14s. Plenty of 14s. 28 14s. Two weeks worth of 14s. I love you too, wife. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that right now. And if it is, I will. You don't hear chewing. Okay, right on. Well, Rihanna is, her ears are acutely tuned to hearing things that annoy the shit out of her. Like a lot of people, I find. Yeah, let's go do that. Rock dog, want to go look at the sourdough? And what am I supposed to do? What's it called? I know what I'm supposed to do. What's it called? Fold it and slap it? Or yeah, I'll show it to you. Let's go. Let's go for a little walk, y'all. Come on, let's go. Come on. We're going inside. Inside, let's go. Come on. Come on, let's go inside. Inside, let's go. Oh, look at that. It's time for L. Okay, let's do this first. Oh, look at that. I think it's full. Can I have some? So, what's the protocol here, baby? get the dough. That is going to be a loaf. So do I take it out of the bowl to perform this? Because there's not really any room to grab it. I mean, it's just like... I'm gonna put gloves on. I've been messing with wood and stuff, and sure my hands are clean, but you know. In the bowl. Oh, look at the gluten. Oops. I've already got basin. Fucking shit, come on now. See the strands? Do you see? Alright, fuck it. Clean hands. So we fold it. On itself. Good job. A little tappy. A little tap-tapperoo. Good enough. Alright, I like that. Actually, quit tripping. Well, it looks like the dough is doughing. Oh. Look, I can get you your stuff real soon, okay? But I got other stuff to touch first, okay? go. That's good. They gotta go. Okay, I'll see you, baby. Oh, yeah, that probably would have helped. All right, you want some lunch? Okay. Let's go. Look at Rock Dog. Much excite. Come on, close. Come on. Buddy had to borrow this.
What? What?
Go. Smells like cut wood in here. Somebody's been doing stuff. Put this back. You stay. Get in bed. Go lay down. Lay in your bed. Okay, how many can I make out of this? Looks like I can make 4. Ish. Like exactly 4. Oh, magicals. Okay, so how long is this the same? Look at that. They're like the same length. Oh, God. It's like it was meant to be. So if I make 4, that means that can get 1. That can get 1. That can get 1. That would make this a complete board. And then there would be an extra one for in between these guys. And I would need one more. Nice still need one more strip of this shit. If we're doing that. Cover and let rise again. Love the smell of cut wood. Yeah, cut wood. You know, some wood smell really good cut. Other ones, you know, you got to wear a mask when you cut them because it can kill you. The woods are actually poisonous. Don't want to smell those. You know, I see stuff like this, right? And it's almost big enough to be used as one of these pieces. And it's like, you know, if I just cut all these guys down to this thickness here, I could use this one. And then I wouldn't have to strip this board. You know, because what are you going to use this for? You know, you going to make a Purple Heart dowel or something? Yeah, we all die eventually. Sure, you know, that's true. But why die today? You know, especially when there's so much more wood to smell being cut, you know. And puppy dogs to pet. So it's funny. Earlier there's quite a bit of gay chat in the chat. It's pretty funny. Some dude was like coming in here and telling me to do a backflip and shit, or else I was gay, and I don't know, it's kind of funny. And then like some people in the chat were like, "Dude, what's your fucking problem with this guy?" And he was just like, "Oh no, I'm just flipping him shit. I love him." It's like, "Oh, that sounds pretty gay, dude." It was pretty funny this morning. That's right. Uh, Last night, Croc ate a gay mosquito. So now he's gay and he's got mosquito wings and um, oh, was he Indian? I didn't even ask. That's funny. There's a large variety of people over there, man. You know, you've got some people that are just absolutely destitute over there, and like people that are richer than the richest people in America over there. It's just crazy. You know. You can turn me gay. That's uh that's an endeavor. Um, are you gonna trick me into eating some of you? You can be like, "Hey, I made you a steak." You're like, "How come you're hiding your arm? Where's your hand?" You'd be like, "How come this steak looks like a hand?" Speaking of gay food, did any of you guys oh, how does he know it was a gay mosquito? Um, I don't remember. Oh yeah, I told him. But did you guys ever look into that Asian dude? That like yeah, it's a caste society. It's like, you know, ranks. And, you know, if you're born into a certain family, you can't ever get out of that. And you are who you are, and you know, we are who we are, and you're you're that, and I'm this, and whatever. But I suggest if you want to learn about some really crazy shit, there was this guy. He was a murderer. He's free now, right? But he looked online for someone that wanted to be eaten, right? And he got a response. And the dude comes over. They did a bunch of gay stuff. And then the dude um, tried to bite his thing off, right? And couldn't, so they cut it off, right? And then they prepared it and ate it together. And then the dude killed him. You know, and this is like all consensual. Yep. And when you see the dude, that's so romantic. Yeah, and they totally thought so. You see the dude that did all this, you look at him and you're like, that he eats people. You know, like he just exudes that off of him. You know. Weird fucking guy, man. But what's crazy is the dude, you know, you think the dude would be like locked up forever. You know, like, yeah, we can't let this guy free. He like eats people. You know, he's free. There's some places in the world, it doesn't matter what you've done. There's like maximum sentences. Like you can't serve more than a certain amount of time, no matter what you've done. You know, I don't know if it's 7 or 15 years, whatever it is. You know, they don't have life sentences. They don't have the death penalty. You know, it's like you can kill 100 people or whatever, and you serve 7 years or something. I forget where it's at, but to me that's crazy. You know. All right, let's cut a couple more here. I'm going to have to cut this twice in order to get to what I actually need from it. I love that thing, man. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, yeah, I'm okay. Don't worry about it. I've used table saws since I was like 6 years old. I was a very, very bored kid on a dead-end street. So what I did for fun was come out into this shop. Every inch. Yeah. So what I did when I was a kid is I came out into the shop and built stuff. And I learned how to use these things. I've cut stuff and had it kick back, and I've hit myself in the chest and the stomach with wood that I'm cutting, and I've learned how to avoid that. Basically, you just don't bind this, the fence and your piece, your work. So what's going on here? That is too thick, so we're gonna have to bring that down, but we got to bring all those down anyway, so these are gonna have to be sent through the planer. But we can since we're gonna go this long, this is a long ass pedal board. How long is that? It's 30 some inches. So if we take it down to 24, what is this? Not quite long enough to do that. just not long enough. Power tools, gas or battery powered? Diesel. You know, you get the glow plugs going and then. All right, so. Let's see here. Not the greatest contrast, but I think it'll look good. Especially once this is sanded down. So we got that. Those are done. We got this guy and this guy. Somebody's personal private jet just flew over the house. Inches, so that's their board right there. Okay. Need some more of that shit. All right. Yeah, I've talked to CJ on Discord. Yeah, I have a lot of Hercules stuff. Who'd have thought? I don't know if I can do what I want with this. There's a fly in here. Hey, remember these? Ugh. That is rough. Rough. Okay, how am I going to do this? And I can do pieces. I can do that. I think that's what we might do. So, what I might do is do these guys like this, these three. They're going to be laminated like that, kind of like mine. Right. Different woods. You know, I used this wood, but I didn't use the Purple Heart on mine. And since I've only got one of these for this one, what I think I might do is cut this into section pieces, right? And I will just use pieces to separate these guys. So it's not going to be a solid piece like this. It'll just be little sections, you know, with spaces in between. Let's see how that works. These dudes. this one just as wide as the other guys. I don't know if it is. It is. So we got 4 of those. That fly is going to drive me nuts. But I think we are getting close enough to laminate here. Laminate what we got ready. All these can be set aside for later. So I'm not going to be able to do that board yet. And my damn glue. Okay, so we can move this damn chair. Roxy's bed. Over here. So we're just going to set this up on the floor. Okay. Oh, I still got you pointed at the damn wall. Neato. Alright. Alright, where's my blue? Oh. And as you can see, these guys, they're a little proud, but that's okay. We can just glue them up the way they are. And I mean, they're really only so proud, right? And it's because there's a little bit of a bend in the middle, but that's all going to go away once this is all glued and cured. Then we can run it through the planer. Well, that'll come down. So I'll just have to see. Gotta love it when the glue glues itself. There we go. Oh shit. Right off the edge, like a jackass. Come on. I don't know why I went all the way down, because the board I'm clamping this to isn't as long as this board. Never learned. Oops. Oops. That's a lot of glue. So we have a lot of squeeze out in this shit. Well, this isn't Gorilla, this is Tight Bond. The standard. Yeah. So that's that for that. You can go over here and sit right there. Just for a minute now. Sure. We're gonna squeeze the fuck out of you. The absolute fuck. Okay. Yeah, I don't like Gorilla Glue. It's okay for some stuff, but yeah, it expands. And that's horseshit. Wish I had a silicone glue brush. Be nice. But I don't. Those are kind of cool. You just let the shit dry on there and you just pull it, pick it off, you know. Ow, fucker. That's deep. Ooh. Damn it, Steve. Plus, Gorilla Glue, it stinks. This, you know, I actually kind of like the smell of this wood glue. I've smelled it, you know, my whole life. Flies come in here because they see the lights and shit, and then they're just like, I don't know where to go. Why did I come in here? I'm a fucking fly. Dipshit. Guys, think about this for a second. Buzz. I'm not actually thinking. Buzz. I'm a fucking fly. Buzz. I thought there was shit in here. Buzz. Roxy seen it. Now she's gonna start crying because she can't get the fly. Sorry, I'm not responding to the chat right now. I just want to get this shit together. Okey-dokey. Now you go right there. Sure. Una más. This one. Yeah, man, my fingers bleeding. That was pretty funny last night how Gems had that roach in her room, huh? I mean, that shit was tripping her the fuck out. I see that shit, and I want to be able to help her, right? But I'm over here. Like nothing I can do. I just gotta hope that she can get it together. But that was a massive roach, dude. That was crazy. Even that dude from Texas chimed in and was like, "Yeah, dude, I'm from Texas. That's a big one." Right, that fly is about to make me lose my freaking mind. Okay. That's that for that. Yeah, slivers. And look out, the slivers will get you. Okay. So. So what we need to do is slide this guy all the way down here and put you like that. Line you up like that and take you about right here. Slide you a little bit close. I'm going to actually tighten you down a bit so I can move these guys without shit freaking out. There we go, a little bit. And take you, move you down a little bit. Mm-hmm. And you push down. Okay, now we got this gun right here. Okay. Gluey fingers. Well, that's using all my clamps. So that's all I can really do for today. And as far as that, I mean, I cut everything. I mean, I could cut the sides and the front and the back, but it'll be better to have these boards done and stuff. But, you know, looks like we got squeeze out all the way across, and there's, you know, some drips from when I was doing it or whatever, but that stuff will all come off when I run it through the machine. What's this? Let me see. What's going on? Slivers. This is great. Thank you. It won't let me zoom in on the glue product. Huh. You talking about this stuff? The Tight Bond? There's Tight Bond and there's Tight Bond 2. Now people go back and forth over what's better. I've used both. They're both glue. They're both Tight Bond. They're both killer, you know. I don't actually know what makes them different. You know, one of them is a little bit more resistant to water or something. I don't remember what the difference is, to be honest with you. Is Rihanna here? No. And who's the stubborn brat? Are you talking about me? Huh? Stubborn? Look at this. You see the blood color? Like that's where I poked myself, like right in that little crease. Just sliding my finger, and the edge caught the damn thing, and that thing went deep for a tiny little nothing. Like it bottomed out, and luckily there was a little piece sticking out that I could grab and pull. The whole damn thing came out. But yeah, this is all. I'm gonna pull this off with it. That's glue and blood. Can't really see it, but you can see it against my shirt. That I wouldn't say that I'm stubborn. I would say that I stand firm. Now, there's people out there that are stubborn. I don't know. Maybe I'm stubborn. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. I'm stubborn. What of it? Okay, sure. Chicks dig it. Not the chicks that are always trying to get you to do stupid stuff. You know? And you're like, no, that's stupid. And you just refuse. Yeah, they don't like that. But the chicks that aren't like that, you know, they like it when they're with a dude that doesn't put up with bullshit. And believe me, I'm bang, bang. No chick really likes to introduce their guy. Be like, yeah, I'm with this guy. That's becoming the norm, really. You know, which is kind of weird. You know, girls talk about how they want a sensitive guy and all this other shit, but then when they get with them, they eventually leave them. You know, because they actually don't want that. They think they do. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Ooh, drippity, drippity. Let's fucking move that. That's horrible. Oh, fuck it. Let's just keep it right there. Would you come here just to say goodbye? Yeah. Bye. Like, oh, bye. Oh, I know I saw that, but it seemed like she just got here. I don't know when that happened. I'm just talking shit. Yeah, make sure I didn't cut my hands off or something. cutting a piece of wood, you know, have a seizure, fall on the blade, get launched into the wall, you know, because my skull is too thick for the blade to cut through. And Roxy, get out of there! Get glue on your damn feet. Oh, I should have moved that. Hey, out! Get in your bed. You're not in trouble. You're just being a dog. And dogs can be dumb. Hey, Roxy. Roxy. Go get in your bed. Go lay down. Go lay down. You're okay. Good girl. Oh man. This is why I wear gloves. Glue. All this stuff. You know. Drives me crazy. No bone is a match for a saw. I agree. Especially a bone saw. I think that saw wins. It's saw versus bone. Speaking of versus, have any of you guys seen like any of those bug matches? You know, they'll be like, you know, a scorpion versus a tarantula or whatever it is, you know. I don't know who owns all these bugs, or, you know, buying the bugs just to throw them in a cage and watch one of them die. Sometimes both of them die. Um, it's it's pretty crazy to watch. I mean, I haven't watched any of that stuff in quite a few years, but it's on YouTube. You know, you can see it. But you know, it's interesting. You know, because you can have a, you know, an idea of how it will go, right? And sometimes you're just wrong. You know, you'd be like, oh well, that thing's poisonous, and there's no way the other thing's going to survive, and the other thing just, you know, totally kicks its ass because it just doesn't have a chance, or, you know, it doesn't get the chance to, you know, sting it or whatever it's doing. It's true. Your sister was a forensic investigator for the city you grew up in. Yeah, she's probably seen some stuff. You know, like me and Rihanna, we both know a couple morticians. And back when I was drinking, I'd go to this bar that one of them frequented, and he'd always come in like, sit down, have some drinks, like he had just seen some crazy shit, you know. Kind of a creepy dude too, to be honest with you. But Nice enough guy, right? But this kind of had weird vibe. Wolverine's adamantium bones would stop the saw. Well, yeah, you know. Isn't Wolverine like essentially like immortal or something? I'm not into comics, by any means, but I know each one of the characters like has a story and all that shit. But um, if I'm not mistaken, he's like essentially immortal. Like I think there's like something that can kill him, but like if that doesn't happen, he basically like lives forever. (1989). Wow. From old age. I know you mentioned that you were considerably younger than basically everybody, but you know, who knows? Sometimes people die from, whatever, getting hit by a train or falling out of an airplane or tripping. No. The glue is coming off, but it's a slow process. Tiny little flakes. I need to get a razor blade and like shave my skin off. That really is the fastest way to do this shit. If the glue was on here thicker, it would come off a lot easier, but it's this thin skin shit, which isn't even enough to peel up on itself. My sound engineer just deal with sound speakers. No, I just buy stuff. Um, and I'm in a band. I've got 6 PA speakers in this room. There's the 4 up there, and there's 2 over there. And I got 4 more in the band room. Um, so um, I'm I I'm not in a rush to get gear, you know, but I'm constantly, well, not as much lately, but I used to always be on the lookout for cheap stuff, and there's always somebody, not always, but often, there's people trying to get rid of stuff, and sometimes they're getting rid of it super cheap because they've inherited this stuff and it's just in their way. Sometimes they're shutting a business down. Sometimes they don't know what they have. Sometimes they got some money and they rushed out and bought a bunch of stuff, but they're drug addicts and now they need to get high. So they want to sell their gear to do that. There's a million reasons why people are trying to sell their stuff right now cheap. And since I'm not in a rush to buy gear because I don't exactly need any more, I just wait for the best deals and buy stuff. And I get them cheap. Like I think I got those 4 up there for $100. I got those 2 and the other 4 in there with a PA for free and a mixer. So I got 6 speakers, a PA, and a mixer for free. What kind of music does the band play? My band plays sludge, doom, stoner, rock. I got stage speakers too. Heavy wanted to get rid of. Superior quality from UK. Yeah, that's another reason. People see newer stuff. They want to get the newer stuff, and the stuff that they're getting rid of is perfectly fine. They just don't want to lug it around anymore. Sometimes they're updating their system. They want to go to like powered units. Someone's cooking pulled pork. Bam! That's nice. But yeah, I've got more than what I need, to be honest with you. I mean, this stuff is obviously in storage. The other speakers are over here. I mean, those are old school ones right there. The old PVs. But they're fine. I'm smart. No, thanks. I don't think so. uh, um, I might, look for more gear. Uh, Even though I just don't need it, man. I got lots of stuff that I don't need, but it's just cool. you know like up here, that thing, that's a speaker out of a Leslie stereo. Yeah, I've got space to store them, I guess. I need to get rid of more stuff. Like that right there, that box, that's a rack unit. You can see the front and the back comes off and you can access the stuff. Oh yeah. Are they what size speakers are in the speakers? Are they like 215s? Are they multiple 12s? What is it? Yeah, nice rack. That's what he said. Multiple. Yeah, what's in them? I'm guessing that they've got maybe some horns. I got some horns up there too. Those are from the Leslie. Yo. Sup, Med? How you doing? We're going up to 80 watts. I'm not smoking anything. I'm vaping. I'm vaping this stuff. PB and Jam. Monster Jam juice. It's a peanut butter and strawberry jam on buttered toast. Flavor. Yeah. All right, CJ. I'm from Washington State, USA. But yeah, nobody really vapes like this anymore. You know, this is an RDA. This is a mod. Most people vape with these pieces of shit. These disposable, you know. This guy sold me fentanyl. Yeah, I didn't. Sorry. I couldn't even tell you where to get that shit. My nephew could. He's in that scene. Was that the dude's name? Off-brand? Huh. Yeah, whatever. They're banning in UK, but I don't vape. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. I think vapes like this probably wouldn't get banned. Because the juice is safe. You know? Like, I took one of these things apart one day. I posted a video about it, a short. And I got some of the juice on my fingers, you know, and I licked it off. Kind of like you can lick this stuff. And it like numbed my mouth and my my tongue, you know, like numbed my face. You know what I'm saying? They add stuff into that shit that numbs you. They're soon to ban vape shops. Huh. That's weird. Well, if they get to where they're gonna ban like antiseptic. No, like more like cocaine. That's what it was like. I mean, that type of numbing feeling. Um, there isn't cocaine in it, right? But you're an innocent angel. So am I. To be honest with you, I don't do coke, but I have. But this is like 20 fucking years ago, you know. How old am I? I'm 43. But if I catch wind that they're gonna ban vape shops here, I'll just go and I'll drop like $1,000 on juice or something. Either that or they're not gonna ban the stuff that you make juice with. So I could still make juice. Fuck shisha. I've done shisha. Uh, sure, that's kind of a way of vaping. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not actually burning the stuff. You put the coal up on top and it's separated from. I've done plenty of that. I used to have a hookah and all that stuff, but they announced on the news how much killing people throwing them on the road. Huh. Huh. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really believe any of that shit when it comes to the scare tactics. You know, like here in America, um, there was, studies and commercials and all kinds of stuff that came out about vapes and how bad they were, right? And then when you looked into who paid for the study and who paid for the commercials, it was companies like Philip Morris, you know, the tobacco companies. What's this now? They don't announce on the news unless they're going to do here, UK and America. They dilly dally. Made from here, la la land. No offense to you. We don't dilly dally. La la land. America is. No, I get that. Um, I'm here. I see, and I know other countries' opinions of us. You know, but not everyone thinks like the people that are crazy here. You know, not everyone is a lunatic here, and it's really not as bad as like um, the media and stuff like that portrays. Like if you come here and you go around and have conversations with the average person, you know, you'll find that most of the people are pretty normal, especially if you stay out of the cities. You know, the cities are crazy. They're full of crazy, weird people. You know, but if you get to like small towns, um, you know, like small towns that have like, you know, 20,000, 30,000, 600 people, um, all those people, their compass, it still points north, you know. But back to the banning stuff, you know, they're never going to ban flavors, right? Because too many companies use them, you know, to make candy or whatever they're making. And they're not going to ban vegetable glycerin. They're not going to ban propylene glycol. And those are the three ingredients to make vape juice. You know, so they might ban vape juice, right? Um, but you can make it by buying the stuff, you know. It's kind of like if they were to, you know, ban tires. You know, but not ban rubber, you know, and somebody had a tire mold, right? That guy could still make tires because rubber was still legal, you know. So, you know, as long as you have your device, you can still vape, you know. Yeah, that was getting kind of weird. You guys started with compliments, and then I don't know. He just got weird, man. You know, he must have the idea in his head that everyone in America is crazy. You know, even though he's talking to me and can see that I'm not. What, am I the only guy? You know, you know, it's the cognitive dissonance is kind of weird. You know, I start telling him, "Hey, man, yeah, the city. I understand what you're saying. The cities are full of, you know, kind of some crazy weird people. You know, go to the small towns. Oh, I've been there. No, you fucking haven't. If you've been to America, you've been to like, you know, one of the tourist places. You know, sorry, I don't believe what you say. You know, in fact, I don't believe that you've even been here. You know, I just don't. You know, It's possible, but I've ran into adults that act like that. And most of them are, come from, the death to America camp, you know. So they don't like to believe that there's any good people here. I don't believe he even has any speakers. You know, to be honest with you. I asked him what size the speakers were in his speakers, and he's just like, big, multiple. Yeah, no, I know. Like, I can tell you what size speakers are in all my speakers, 15s and 12s. Dude, yeah. Oh, they're concert speakers. Okay. What brand? What size are the speakers in them? You know? Yeah. I think he just showed up, saw that I had speakers. He could tell this one's a speaker because it has a speaker showing. And was just like, oh, you have speakers. I have speakers too, but they're bigger and better. Uh, you know, which if that was true, that's totally fine. But you know, he's probably not used to talking to people that will actually ask questions. You know, because they're familiar with gear. You know, anyway. Yeah, yeah. I was just, I thought he was a liar the whole time. But whatever, we can entertain. Feel him out. I think. Hey, Grease, right on, man. I think that our questions kind of made him feel dumb, and that's why he, decided he was gonna freak out and turn on us and call us, whatever fucking he was calling us, some weird word. Mm. But who knows? Some of those guys have multiple accounts too. You know, so keep that in mind. A lot of those times, yeah, I've ran into that where you kick somebody out because they're being an idiot, and they show right back up and play nice as someone else, and sometimes they don't. they just show right back up, and they're just like, "Ha, it's me." I had one guy come in with like 9 fucking accounts. You know, it was like, dude. Which I didn't mind, you know. One guy, he was um he was actually staying long gone enough that like I could tell he was like leaving and making new ones. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't like he just left and got into his other one and then came right back and left and got into his other one, came right back. You know, he was like leaving for like 10 minutes. And then he'd come back in and be like, "Ugh," you know. So he was like leaving and like having to make new ones and shit, you know. So like he'd burned up all of his other ones and what a squid, you know. But whatever. I think it's kind of funny. Yeah, the guy's a fucking clown, dude. Oh wow. I just put some alcohol on my hands to help kind of clean this stuff up, and it really just thinned it out and made like a sheen of glue over my whole fucking hands. That was dumb. Okay. I think we're going to go out into the driveway here and attempt to use some water on this stuff. I think we've got almost all of it off. Yeah. Let's go. Come on, Rock Dog. Set you guys right here next to where Rock Dog's gonna be. doggy. Okie dokie. Set you guys down in here. Right about here. Be right back. I hear very loud Mexican music outside. What the hell? I got bumped in my pocket. Is Croc trying to play pocket pool with you? Yeah. Got quite a bit of squeeze out with some of these guys. Let me see what's going on here. Is that a gap? No, it isn't. That's deceiving though. You can see, oops, how that right there looks like a gap. But it's not. It's just the shadow. It totally looks like a gap though. The way the glue is. Doesn't have the balls to play pocket pool with you. I think you would be lacking the balls. Right? Or doesn't have the metaphorical balls to play pocket pool with you. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I don't know how it works out. But I believe that there's got to be 2 sets of balls involved, and I think one of those sets doesn't have to be real. If I were to guess. Well, somebody called me the Dragon Slayer again today. I thought that was kind of funny. That was earlier, before Croc or you showed up. And somebody was like, "Oh, dude, your hair is majestic." I was like, all right. It's like, you're the second dude that's commented on my hair. It's like somebody yesterday was talking about my hair and said that I looked like I needed to be wielding a double-handed sword and fighting dragons. And I was like, but I wasn't wearing my hat at that time. I think I just had my hair down. So I took my hat off and put my hair down, and he was like, dude, you are the dragon slayer. Right on, man. I like the movies you're watching. My mighty hair makes you wish you were gay. Yeah, well, it is a choice. Contrary to what the alphabet people say, that you're born that way and all that other shit. Um, so, hmm. Yeah. Let me see here. I feel like I should do something while I'm doing nothing here. Oop. My phone is on dying percent. Well, screw it. Let's just head in the house. Plug this bitch in before it takes a fat shit. Put this in my pocket. Grab this. Grab this. I'll grab my coffee cups. Because Rihanna's like, I don't know if all your coffee cups are out in the garage or what, but I hate having to look for your coffee cups in the morning. I'm like, alright, whatever. No, don't kill me. I'm sorry. So I was going to try and do some with the rest of that wood, but the phone's going to die. Yeah, I can't even see myself. Did the phone die? No, it didn't. It's just almost dead. Sorry about that. We're gonna book it into the house here. Come on, Rock. Let's hurry up. Come on. Come on. Let's go inside. Inside, let's go. You guys right there. Ish. Ouch, damn it. Okay, let's see. Put this in loop. What's going on with the camera? Can you guys even hear me? Or what? The camera's like tripping. Huh? Or what? Oh, okay. Let me restart. Because I can't see shit. I'll be right back.